Good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, good morning. Yeah, perfect, sir. Audio perfect. ఒకసారి మీ ఆడియో టెస్ట్ తీసుకోండి ఒకసారి.
Good morning, sir. Vishaka woman responding, sir.
Good morning, madam. NRC Kadapa. NRC Kadapa, please respond. Anantapur, please respond.
అదే వాయిస్ చేసానంటున్నారు ఇక్కడ మనకు రాలేదు ఏం చూస్తాం.
అనంతపూర్ మీ వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు.
ఆయన అటెండ్ చేస్తాను.
వినిపించట్లేదండి, బాగా లోగా ఉంది వాల్యూమ్. మీ వాల్యూమ్ రైట్ చేసుకోండి. శ్రీకాకుళం.
Yes, sir.
ఓకే మేడం.
శ్రీకాకుళం సార్.
మీరు 2 లాగిన్లు ఉన్నాయి, ఎక్కడి నుంచి అవుతారండి? ఏదైనా ఒక దాంట్లో పెట్టుకోలేపోయారా? ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం.
సార్ పాలిటిక్స్ లాగిన్ ఇదే సార్.
మరి ఇక్కడ ఇంకోటి కనిపిస్తుంది GCWA శ్రీకాకుళం ఇంకోటి ఉంది ఇక్కడ.
హిస్టరీ కూడా లాగిన్ అయిపోయినట్టు. హిస్టరీ లాగిన్ అయిపోయారు సార్.
అది ఎక్స్పెల్ చేసేయమంటారు అయితే. మేడం మీరు మాట్లాడేది పాలిటిక్స్ కదా, ఒకసారి వీడియో ఆన్ చేయండి ఒకసారి.
ఇది పాలిటిక్సే సార్. హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళకి నేను చెప్తాను సార్.
మరి పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఎక్కడున్నారు మేడం?
అటు సైడ్ ఉన్నారు సార్, సిస్టమ్ ఉంది. హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళకి నేను చెప్తాను సార్, ఆఫ్ చేయమని చెప్తాను.
అటువైపు స్క్రీన్ ఉందా మేడం? అటువైపు
స్క్రీన్ ఉంది సార్.
మరి వాళ్ళకి ఎవరితోటైనా కాంటాక్ట్ చేయాలంటే, ఐ మీన్ ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వాలంటే ఎట్లా మరి వాళ్ళకి? అంటే ఇక్కడ సిస్టమ్ దగ్గరకు వచ్చి ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వడమేనా?
సిస్టమ్ ముందు వాళ్ళు వచ్చేస్తారు సార్.
సిస్టమ్ ముందుకు వస్తారు, ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు మరి వాల్యూమ్ అనేది అంటే ఎంత దగ్గరగా కాదు, ఇంకా దూరంగా ఉండి కూడా వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడగలగాలి మేడం.
కనెక్ట్ చేసింది సార్, చిన్న రూమే, సో దే కెన్ హియర్.
ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే. ఒకసారి NRC కోఆర్డినేటర్స్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అందరూ కూడా కొంచెం ఒక 10-15 నిమిషాల ముందు వచ్చేటట్టు ఒకసారి ప్లాన్ చేసుకోండి. 10 అయిపోయినా కానీ ఎవరు రావట్లేదు. ఎగ్జాక్ట్ గా ఒక 10 మినిట్స్ ముందే జాయిన్ అవ్వాలండి NRCలు అందరూ కూడా. ప్లస్ PVK అన్న, మీరు PVK ఫిజిక్స్ అని జాయిన్ అవ్వద్దండి. PVK చిత్తూరు లేకపోతే జస్ట్ PVK అట్లాగే జాయిన్ అవ్వండి. మీ జాయిన్ అయిన తర్వాత ఆప్షన్స్ లోకి వెళ్తే రైట్ క్లిక్ ఇస్తే ఎడిట్ డిస్ప్లే నేమ్ అని వస్తుందండి. అక్కడ ఎడిట్ డిస్ప్లే నేమ్ క్లిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత మీ పేరు మార్చుకోండి.
సరే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
NRC రాజమండ్రి, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
రెస్పాన్స్ సార్.
ఓకే సార్. పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ వచ్చారా అందరూ? రాలేదా?
వచ్చారు సార్, వచ్చారు. Hello, good morning.
Sir, good morning.
I request all the NRCs to connect immediately. All the political science NRCs. Srikakulam, Visakhapatnam, Rajahmundry already we connected, and Ongole, Chittoor, Anantapuram, and Kadapa. Our resource person is also waiting. Today's session is on politics and media. A resource person from Hindu paper, the resident editor, he will speak on the subject.
ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం సరే, హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళు కూడా దీంట్లో జాయిన్ అయ్యారా ఏంటి మీరు?
లేదు హిస్టరీ, నో హిస్టరీ లేదు మాకు, వాళ్ళకి వేరే సెషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం సార్.
సార్ మీరు ఓకే, ఇక్కడ పేరు GCWA శ్రీకాకుళం అని ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మీరు హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళు లెఫ్ట్ అయిపోండి సార్. మీరు లేకపోతే మేము ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసామంటారు మమ్మల్ని.
చూడండి
సార్, హిస్టరీ సార్, వి ఆర్ పాలిటిక్స్ సార్.
మీరు ఓకే సార్, మీరు ఓకే. ఇక్కడ ఇంకో లాగిన్ కనిపిస్తున్నారు,
దేంట్లో ఓపెన్ చేయండి.
That is our resource person from Hindu paper, resident editor, Appaji Reddam.
Hello,
I
good morning,
request again
everybody.
all the NRCs to connect immediately because it's already 10:05. The coordinators of NRCs and also the resource persons.
ఎన్ఆర్సీలు అందరూ కూడా దయచేసి మీ వీడియోస్ ఆన్ చేసుకోండి. శ్రీకాకుళం, కడప మీ వీడియోస్ ఆన్ చేయండి. కడప ఎన్ఆర్సీ కడప.
Sir, good morning. Sir, good morning.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి.
I request our CCA, we will start the program.
ఎస్ సార్.
Okay. Appaji Reddam from Hindu resident editor. He is from Hindu paper, and he is now the introduction is going to give by Vishnuvardhan. Please, Vishnuvardhan garu, I will give introduction.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all the participants and today's resource person. So today's resource person is Appaji Reddam garu. So he is a resident editor and chief of bureau, the Hindu English Daily newspaper of Andhra Pradesh. He has earlier headed business TV channel CNBC TV 18 in Hyderabad till 2013 for combined Andhra Pradesh. He has over 23 years of work experience as a journalist and IT professional, which includes reporting in the Hindu, CNBC TV 18, the Economics Times, the New Indian Express, and Oversight Technologies. Coming to his educational qualifications, he has completed his post-graduation in political science from Hyderabad Central University and completed his graduation in Bachelor of Arts from Andhra University. And coming to his international exposure, he took part in interactive program by Singapore International Foundation to connect with government and business entities in Singapore in November 2014. Has took part in Edward R. Murrow Fellowship Program in the United States of America, exclusively offered for journalists and fully funded by the State Department of Washington in 2019. So, with this brief introduction, I request Appaji Reddam garu to take over the session and give us his fruitful insights. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction and very good morning, everybody. Am I audible now? Hello.
ఆడిబుల్ సార్.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Just a moment. Like to play a PPT. Is it visible? No issue, right?
Visible.
It's visible. You're right. Well, yeah, today, as the title suggests, this is about media, politics, and ethical concerns. It's basically about how media operates in the context of existing political situation and what are the ethical concerns it has and how it interacts with the society through different mediums and what are the issues faced by the media, faced by the society. And we have seen different issues, different cases, real-time cases which were reported in the media. and how they're handled, how the society very comfortably closes its eyes towards certain very key issues that impacts the society very often. So just to have an understanding about what we are discussing, what we mean media is any broadcasting and publishing medium, be it newspapers, magazines, radio, TV, avenues on the internet such as YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. And if you look at the Indian context, the media houses existed much before the independence, and publications such as the Hindu, Amrit Bazar Patrika, etc. were in circulation since 1874. So media means, you can take organizations such as those print media, traditional print media, to the YouTube channels, for example, which you can take a YouTube channel which is just floated a minutes ago. Every day, as you know, hundreds of YouTube channels are floated. So that also comes under media, and it also carries the same kind of weight. And the primary objective of the media is to ensure freedom of press and expression of ideas, which is essential for the people as part of democracy. We operate in the democratic setup where expression of interest and freedom of expression is the key. And then, while promoting and facilitating the communication among stakeholders, the media is aimed at promoting peaceful social change. Social change is an evolutionary process. And since man existed and he started civilizing himself, he started having a social system and he has improved upon that. And man has worked for the peaceful social change. Earlier, people used to fight among each other for rights, and there was no expression of freedom of expression. It was always fight, and whoever wins used to take the major control over society. Now the social change through the evolution has transformed, and man has worked for the peaceful social change, and media is instrumental in facilitating such kind of peaceful social change. And by politics, what we mean is, we also said politics is activity which is taken up by the individuals, institutions to govern a certain place, district, state, or country, or the world. Anything related to these activities can be called politics. And you have political parties, polls, and other democratic processes which constitute part of politics. And the political parties which are in active circulation, if you take the Indian context, are Indian National Congress, BJP, Janata Dal, Left Party, CPI, CPM, etc., which you have seen. And then we also, of course, have the local regional parties, which, for example, TDP, YSR Congress Party, Janasena, whatever, if you take the Indian AP's context. And then we also discussed about, mentioned about the word ethics. So what we refer to ethics is, and ethical concerns, we are primarily, when you talk about ethics, we are primarily focused on the integrity and respect of the society, which is ensured through a code of conduct for all the media houses. So ethics is definitely a key factor for media houses. It's a key ingredient, and they try their best to ensure that ethics is given due importance. And then it's also the responsibility of the media through do's and don'ts in publishing. So to ensure ethics, all the organizations have certain rules and regulations, certain do's and don'ts. For instance, publishing objectionable content, giving details and photographs of, for instance, rape victims, etc. in media is a strict no, and no organization should do that. But of course, there are exceptions due to lack of education or lack of proper training. We see such kind of publications, especially in social media and TV publications. We see such kind of things which are a strict no. I will discuss about these issues in detail later. And then the other aspect related to ethics is fairness, which is ensured in the media. It's a very, very important aspect, which is key for any media house. while giving a story or a feature online or offline, it's very important to give equal opportunity to both the houses. You should give fair chance to each and every party. Even if a politician accuses the other, it's mandatory for media houses to take the versions of both the parties. Not just politician, a business house or a single or a person accuses government or a lawyer or a government functionary on something. So any media house which is concerned about rules and regulations should give fair chance to both the parties and take inputs from both the parties and give the final story. And then compassion. Another aspect of ethics is compassion, which is given due importance by media. It is, of course, manifested in terms of human interest stories. We give a lot of importance to compassion, and each and every media house has this segment called human interest stories. On compassionate grounds, though we don't have a mandatory rule to do such kind of stories, such stories are done in media. I'll discuss it in detail in another slide shortly. We have a separate segment for that. And then we have, to ensure ethics, we also have a courageous attitude and courageous steps which are taken up by the media houses, especially young journalists. It's the foremost trait of media, in fact, and it's basically motivates the journalists to go for the offbeat and breaking stories. You must have seen several kind of breaking stories which are done across the country, which have shaken the country. For example, Bofors scam. If you look at AP, it was Satyam scam, and different kinds of stories and more aggressive stories are given, and newspapers have stood by those stories, and they are also punished by the society, by the politicians, and by the system. I'll also discuss about it at a later stage. And then just a moment. And then wisdom, usage of wisdom. So while disseminating the news, the media houses do take wisdom into consideration as to ensure a right use of information. So we, as media houses, keep getting a lot of information every day, day in and day out. We keep a lot of inputs from different people, different segments of people. We get from banned war groups, and also the civil society across the state. Civil society, I mean the elders, the NGOs, or lecturers like you from across, the conscious individuals, I should say. So they'll be sending a lot of information to us, but we should use our wisdom. Media uses its wisdom to consider for publication or not to consider for publication, depending upon the merits of it. And then having said that, media is also, given the nature of its work, is under high pressure. Always it's under high pressure. It's been, it has seen a lot of ups and downs in the course of its operations since independence. And one of the major hits media had was during emergency. As we all know, media was restricted. And then we also have something called Editors Guild, which was instituted for the internal scrutiny and also external protection. So it was started by Kuldeep Nair during 1970s to protect the media houses. It was founded in exactly in 1978 with the twin objective of protecting press freedom and for raising the standards of editorial leadership of newspapers and magazines. So eminent editors of the day felt that the lack of organized form of editors was one of the reasons for the sustained suppression of press freedom during emergency. So they took up the issue of abuse of press freedom with the parliament and executive, and campaigned hard to restoring the press freedom and other freedoms which had been taken away by amendments to the constitution. And then it has continued to take up the threats to press freedom when the government of Tamil Nadu in Bihar attempted to bring draconian defamation laws. Excuse me. The Editor Guild in 2001, when the then government brought the Prevention of Terrorism Ordinance, it had provisions like preventive detention on basis of mere suspicion of journalists. Like if the government on the basis of just suspicion can take detention of journalists. So such things were protested, and Editors Guild has protested vigorously and ensured that when the ordinance was converted into an act of parliament, these threat through to press freedom were not there. And then the threat to media freedom from non-governmental sources has been resisted strongly by the Editors Guild, especially in military affected regions of Northeast and North and East of India. At the same time, the Guild has also been striving for improving standards of newspaper editors. It has brought code of ethics for editors. Whenever there are complaints from editors of harassment from those in authority, the Editors Guild investigates and recommends action to the concerned governments and institutions. So we at the Hindu, we also have something called Reader's Editor, to ensure that whichever reader has an issue with any story or any objection towards any story or any mistake that the reader feels that it should be highlighted and brought to the notice of the editor, he can send a mail to the Hindu, and Reader's Editor section managed by a separate personnel can look into it and communicate and sees to that it is sorted out. So this is about the ethical concerns part and the role of media in politics since independence. So since independence, the media played a major role in terms of transforming the opinion of the people, formulating the opinion of the people, and in promoting the information dissemination, accountability, and scrutiny of the systems, and forming public opinion on several important aspects. Now, of course, we all know how media played key role in at different stages and to awaken people during emergency and after emergency, and then after before and after the liberalization of the economy. A lot has happened. And then we have an important aspect linked to this is civil society. Civil society is the conscious individuals or groups, groups expressing shared interest and values and purpose for the good of the society. And when you talk about civil society, not just conscious individuals, it also forms NGOs, associations working for different purposes, which ensure rights of individuals and which ensure liberty and ensure development of personal potential of individuals. At a larger context, civil society is very, very important for any country, for the development of any country, for realizing the highest potential of the individuals of any country. Civil society is a must. And then a word about the latest entrant, the new and social media versus traditional media. We know the traditional media we talk about is the newspapers, magazines, and other such predominantly print media. The new media we talk about is the TV, radio, digital media, websites, portals, etc. And of course, YouTube channels, Instagram, which are more interactive and instant and online. They give avenues for the people to and they facilitate to and fro communication, which is the biggest leap, we should say, and which enables it in a big way, and that's why it is very popular. So this is the latest entrant, and it has become very popular. It has become very successful in terms of reaching people. And most of the traditional organizations have included the new media into it. For instance, all the newspapers have websites, all the newspapers have Instagram, YouTube channels, and they also communicate. There is also a channel for each and every small entity which calls itself media. But at the same time, we also have an authentication and authenticity factor in news in terms of validation. So while giving instant news, most of the new media is indulging into instant news and not giving much importance to validation. Most of the news is circulated. So most of the times, wrong news is seen online, especially on online on new media platforms. A careful curation should be done for any news, and there's not much time for careful curation. Not much time at all. As soon as sometimes, the new media just directly shoots some incident and uploads the same file without curation, without proper information to people. So which gives rise to misunderstanding and misinformation, which sometimes may lead to riots or lead to suicides, which we see every other day. So, and then there is also a question of transparency. How transparent these media houses are, especially the new media houses. Some of the media houses have, with ulterior motives, give away some video clips and some photographs, and they go viral across the world, and there is a chaotic situation. And this facts and fact check process is missing in some of the, if not all, some of the news mediums. And then coming to our original context of politics and society's perception about it. Politics is a very important aspect of society. For any society or country to grow, you need leadership, and politics is indulged in at every stage. And we require politicians, we as leaders, to run the country. But at the same time, there is a danger, to societies across the world, that there is a common thing that we hear about politics is that it is an undesired domain. People don't try to get into politics. It's the last refuge for many people, and most hated, but it is also a feared profession. Not many people go there. It's mostly traditionally some families get into it, and the person's son, daughter, or grandson, granddaughter, and it runs into families. As we also see in Indian context, families, the political families, continue to have clout, and they are the chief ministers, they are the prime ministers, and leaders come from those families. And now the situation, of course, is changing. Now people are ready to get into politics, but the number is very, very minimal and small. And not much of grooming in Indian educational system. Politics is not groomed, not liked by the Indian education system at all. We don't have professional courses, to make good leaders, make good politicians, and it requires special focus. I'm just stressing this point in this context because I'm speaking to the trainers who train the country. You all are trainers. You all are training the people who would lead the country. You are making the leaders. So we need to have this consciousness of grooming politicians. And then another important aspect about the politics, media, and ethical concerns is the normalization of crime, which is a challenge to media. If you look at the media houses and media reports, of course, the crime is growing day by day at every walk of life, but this aspect of crime is normalized, and people stop taking it very seriously. If you look at the incidents of violence, death, rape, corruption, accident, etc., it has become normal. Unless it comes to you, you never realize that such an accident, such a violent situation, such a death is so serious. And the society has for some reason become very self-centric, and it's become the order of the day. Self-centric in the sense every person is busy with his own things, and half of it we should blame on the media and the prevalence of mobile phones and gadgets. People are self-centered. People are just thinking about themselves and nothing else. And the perspectives of people and perceptions of the people about society are changing. And unlike the earlier generation, this generation has stopped thinking about society and started thinking about themselves too much. And people are not worried about the crime, and they don't think that crime is worrisome unless it hits them. And then there is an aspect of instant gratification. Everybody is indulging into instant gratification. They're happy about taking a picture. They're happy about taking their video and uploading it. That's it. Everything stops there. If there is an accident, instead of getting more into helping aspect of it, they're taking a photograph and taking a video, small video, and uploading it instantly on the social media. And their role ends there, which is very dangerous. But we don't have anything much to do, because it has become people's option. And coming to the real-time reporting of victims and cases, which may give you an idea about what's happening in society and where we are living in and what happens around us and what happens if something goes wrong to one of us. Just these, if you look at these, the test cases of 6 to 7 test cases I have mentioned, you will understand what is going on and why it is important for all of us who form the part of civil society and the responsibility that we bear in society. Just look at these cases. The first one, which is a very known case, all of us know about it. This is Ayesha Mira's rape and murder case, which happened some 13 years ago. All of us would know, all of us know and have more details about it. And this incident happened in a hostel in Vijayawada. I'm giving all the examples that happened around us so that we have more understanding of it and we know what it is. And everybody knows, I suppose, it was in circulation for the past 13 years. This girl's parents have fought for justice, but in vain. So far, the culprit is not identified. And it's so pathetic that this girl who returned to hostel from home after holidays was one night was raped and murdered. And secondary information reveals that it happened because of mistaken identity. And the parents have been blaming a political family that that is supposed to be responsible for the entire episode. But unfortunately, so far nothing happened and nothing came out. The parents are dissatisfied about the verdict. Of course, the life is lost. And I'm mentioning this case because this is happening right in front of us. It is happening right in our neighborhood, and it can happen to anybody. Such a dangerous thing, and people in the sense, the conscious individuals, I mean to say the civil society is not so active in this country. We need to be looking at these things. We need to be focusing these things. We need to be protesting against such kind of crimes to bring out the facts. And then the victim is dead, and the entire episode, the entire case was misled and not investigated properly for various reasons. But out of this case, there is another victim created by the system. The police have caught somebody else, one Satyam Babu, who was arrested, and he for about 9 to 10 years he was jailed, tortured. At one point we have seen he was coming to court and he was not in a position to walk. Police were almost carrying him. So he was tortured such a way to make him agree that he has committed the crime. The entire system knows that he didn't do anything. He was not the culprit. But nobody raised their voice. Nobody, in the sense, the civil society didn't raise voice. It was so inactive. It was a failure of the civil society. Unless civil society raises its voice, media houses cannot have much to say. Nowadays, media requires evidence for everything. I'll deal it a short while. After a short while. And then the second case I mentioned is such kind of case is, yeah, this is Satyam Babu, who was released and who is, I think, after 9 years of torture, he was released and he got married recently. That's a startling revelation. Another case is, again, we all know about the Srinivas Kodikatti case. Srinivas. He is also arrested past 5 years, is been under trauma. So initially he didn't make any comment, but later he started saying that he was not involved in this. He doesn't know anything about it. It's all some kind of conspiracy, etc., etc. We all know. See, what the point I want to make is that the society is, despite knowing the fact, is keeping quiet at the open secrets. Everything has become an open secret. Everybody knows what it is, and nobody raises their voice. So when it is so dangerous, because when it comes to you, the entire society keeps quiet. You would see the same kind of response from the society. So this should change. And then the third case, again, we all know, and it's not about a normal individual. He is a member of a parliament who was murdered some 5 years ago. And the investigation is going on and on. So much tamasha is going on. So these are the things that are happening right in front of our eyes, and the society again is mute to such kind of things. So the maturity of the society is visible in terms of consciousness. So this case also tells us how conscious our society is, how conscious our civil society is. Of course, this case is still going on, but nothing much to talk about. It is an open secret. And this is one case. There is one Satyanarayana who was illegally detained and tortured. This is a very classic case in my life. In the kind of stories that I wrote, this is one of the stories that gave me a tremendous satisfaction that I could expose at least a small, minute part of what's going on, the wrong that is going on to an individual in a society. This man, before talking about him, I need to talk about a movie called Visaranai, a Tamil movie, which was produced by Dhanush, actor turned producer Dhanush, and it was directed by Vetrimaran, Tamil director. So Visaranai is a movie which was sent for Oscar, Oscars, Oscar nominated. It didn't win Oscar. So it's a very good movie, very important movie where three people are arrested in Guntur. They're illegally detained and kept in custody and tortured for a very, very long time, years together. And then after a very long fight, they were released. It's a very heart-wrenching story of these individuals who are just daily labor, who were tortured, arrested and tortured by the police illegally without any fault of theirs. So when Visaranai went for Oscars, at that point in time, one of my friends who was involved in People's War but surrendered, and he has also joined media house, worked as a journalist, and then again now he has an NGO. So he suggested me about this man's story, because this man was fighting in a local court. So this one Satyanarayana from Vijayawada was illegally detained by the police because one finance company, it's a listed company, it's Bajaj Finance, has filed a case against him saying that he has taken a lot of loans, but he didn't pay and all. The fact is that this man didn't take a loan at all. He didn't apply any loan in his lifetime. So this man was arrested based on the company's complaint, and he was tortured for a very, very long time and repeatedly tortured. His family was shattered. His wife went home to her mother's place, and this man's small business was shattered. And he has come to literally, he was on roads So one fine day, even Hindu also published his story, but nothing related to this case. The police have sent a press release saying that a mad person was trying to commit suicide. He has climbed up to Kanakadurga temple hill and he was trying to jump from there, and we stopped him and we took him into custody, etc. We also filed that since police have sent a press release, official press release, we thought this is some madman they rescued. So thing is that this man's life was shattered, and he tried committing suicide, and police stopped it. And when I spoke to this man, he even said that he tried to go under the bus. So suddenly he ran in front of the bus, and luckily that bus driver applied brakes, and he also could not die. That's what he said. I tried to commit suicide. Yeah, even I could not do that. So then, apparently, after these incidents, his wife and family convinced him that whatever has happened, happened, and we can lead a normal life. We can fight the cases together. So then this man, with such a grit he has, he started representing his own case because the lawyers were not prepared to represent his case in the court. Because the case is against a big company, a big corporate, which involves thousands of crores. As a matter of fact, the loan agents have taken his Aadhaar card and other details, and they have involved him in one of the loans as guarantee. So to prove that, they filed a case saying that he has taken loans, and that's how he was trapped. And to prove the company's version right, the police, the judiciary, and the entire system tried its best to keep him under prison, behind bars. But he fought, and eventually, the beauty of it is that this man has eventually done LLB, studied, and he's now representing his own case. He filed cases against the police, cases against the company, and cases against the judges, and they're still going on now. And he's still fighting. The fight is not yet over. So everything happened at a time when Visaranai movie was going to Oscars. So we published this story. There was a tremendous response to this story. We followed it up. And end of the day, what I could observe is that even if so much happened, this person, I saw him as a lone person, and the entire system is against him, and giving such a fight for any person is very, very difficult, almost next to impossible. Of course, one lawyer and some conscientious individuals are now standing behind him, giving him some support, but most of the support is from his own inner voice. So this is happening right in front of us. Things like that would also happen to anybody. That's the moral of it. And then the next case, as we could see, is the drug bust that happened. As you remember, another story we gave is the drug seizure of 3,000 kg drug seizure of Mundra port, which happened some time ago in which year? 2021. Yes, November 2021. So this happened, and the corporate company that has ordered for the import of this drug is a company that is based out of Vijayawada, Ashi Trading. That too from a place which you can't even imagine. There's a place called Satyanarayanpuram. All nice people, good God-fearing people going to job every morning. Most of them are employees in the colony. So the company is right in the middle of that colony, and it's a huge surprise why and how company has come up in the neighborhood. You don't even imagine what's happening around. People have become so busy that the company was established in a person's house, and the second portion where his brother lives doesn't know what this company is, what it imports. So it's been 3 years, no information about the investigation on what happened to the company and what happened to the people of the company, etc. That's, of course, that's a different story. And then after 3 years, few days ago, probably a couple of weeks ago, we have seen another drug bust in Visakhapatnam, which is again very startling. What's happening around? Do we know what's happening around? Do we know what our kids are doing? Whether are they addicted? Because these drugs are distributed very freely in almost all the cities, even small cities. One of the sub-inspector was saying the other day, when I went to a police station for some information, he said he was beating somebody very badly. Of course, it's against law. So he says this guy, a 16-year-old person, who was brought to the police station. This is the third time he was brought, and in a case of distributing ganja. It seems this person gathers about 20 to 30 people in the town, and they all contribute money and they get ganja from somewhere, buy ganja and distribute among themselves. So it has become so organized, College students, school students are involved in it. We are living in such kind of a real world. So that is the most important thing that we need to be aware of. So again, I'm mentioning all these things because in this, businesses are involved, politics is involved, people are involved, and people like conscious individuals like us are also involved, because we know certain things and we never raise our voice. So if you don't raise your voice, it comes to you one fine day, it comes to you and it hits you. Then by the time you realize how big the danger is, the time is gone, the time is over. And then we also have another incident of mystery diseases in Eluru. If you remember, a couple of years ago, Eluru has got a strange complaint where about 600 people just collapsed and they were hospitalized soon after they consumed water, tap water. Something was mixed, and it's been 4 to 5 years and nobody knows what happened that day and what was mixed and what is the contamination, water contamination there. And the government is all, again, government leaders and even society people, we forgot that the incident happened. Leaders are silent, everybody, the society is silent, and life goes on as usual. And again, we have also seen the episode of COVID and COVID management, COVID deaths, and how hospitals and the entire system terrified the patients and fleeced the victims. In the hospitals, how they fleeced the patients. They gave the drugs tablets worth about 900 rupees for the entire 1 month or 1.5 month duration, and they fleeced in lakhs. And it happened almost everywhere. People were terrified, and government also has terrified people. NGOs have terrified people. Doctors have terrified people. And the truth, everybody knows. Everybody knows that it is just paracetamol and a couple of other drugs. We have used the excessive amount of antibiotics and all, which are not required. And a couple of scientists have been talking about it, that it is all taken unnecessarily, and unnecessary treatment, unnecessary hospital management, etc. And the people who are into the panel which has approved the COVID dosages have also talked about it, talked against it, because no drug can be developed in such a short time, and the entire episode is very unscientific. But everybody knows, the government knows, doctors know, system knows, but we all closed our eyes. And the point we are making is the civil society is disappearing. It's becoming more and more elusive. In other states, if you look at it, you can, if you go to Kerala or Tamil Nadu, you see people more actively, demanding their rights. If a government servant doesn't do any work, they catch hold of him. They get the things done. They write more letters. They send more appeals. They send complaints. So we all should we all should at some stage should question ourselves whether we have given any complaint against any misdeed or anything that is not right on the part of government. We should question ourselves. Did we give any complaint? I'm sure 99% of us would not do that because it's not. We think that it's not none of our business. So indirectly, what I mean to say is that the civil society, by not doing it, is also responsible for the, I don't say degeneration, but the wrong things that are happening in society. And then there's a growing disinterest among the educated and retired people. So usually educated people and retired people would do this as part of, they feel that it's a service. They used to do that more and more, but now the number is coming down. So I should give you a small example of the United States. I believe after the Second World War, the government has given a lot of money to the war veterans and sent them home. So they thanked the war veterans and sent them home with hefty money. So they came back and they thought it was more or less the same kind of situation in the US, like how we see here. The government apathy, people not working, any public thing is not happening, etc. And they were fed up and they started the reform. So they started sending mails, sending letters, writing letters to the government and catching hold of the people responsible for the misdeeds. And they got the things done. And over a period of time, the systems have been cleansed, and they've got a wonderful system of administration. So it was groomed. They made it. They earned it. Such thing did not probably happen in India. And the conscious individuals are becoming silent and more silent. And of course, having said that, we also have attacks and murders of the civil society organizations and RTA activists and journalists. And of course, it's not a huge math to guess who's behind it. Obviously, the influential people in the society, say, be it politicians or be it businessmen, contractors, or whatever. Every other day we see these cases, and again, we keep quiet. And then there's also another aspect called nuclear families and changing social fabric, which is responsible for such kind of silence on the part of the conscious individuals. So as we see, families are becoming nuclear, small families. Just most of the places, it is just wife and husband and kids. That's it. And another, since you are educators, since you are in the field of education academics, there are not many takers for humanities and social sciences. First of all, the subject of understanding human psyche, understanding the evolution of human beings, understanding the society and the ingredients of society, evolution of society is coming down because there are no takers. Nobody is interested in humanities and social sciences. Not many people. And everybody is running after, you see, if you look at AP's situation, either doctors or engineers are now, slowly people are getting into fine arts and all, slowly. But many of the colleges are done away with humanities and social sciences. There are no courses to do. Very unfortunate. And then there is another important aspect of fading traditional occupations and wisdom. You don't have traditional occupations. Everything is software now. So far we have seen some of the occupations, at least our generation has seen. the traditional occupations. Probably the next generation may not be able to see these things because next generation is completely into software. Most of them are into software. They just they finish the graduation, they get into college, higher education, and then to software company. That's it. That's the ultimate aim. Or they become a doctor. Most of them, majority. So no time to think of the society, no time to breathe. Just it's self-centricism predominantly. I don't say all of them are like that, but major part of the society is like that. And then having said that, since you are into the domain, there is a huge need for right orientation of politics and media. So some of the colleges have media studies, and at a higher level, like places like ISB, you have courses for prospective politicians. There are courses. If you want to be a politician, they can make you a politician. At least theoretically, you can become a politician and get into politics. But of course, when you come out, you know what it is. Each and every, if you want to contest as MLA, you need to spend about 20 to 30 crore. If it is MP, you should be ready with 100 to 150 crore. That is what politicians, every other day they talk about these things. Huge expenditure, and unless you are into that bracket, you can't think of those things. Or there should be somebody behind you to sponsor you. And then the right orientation, I mean to say is what I mean to say is that we need to look at politics in a different way, because the leader that we choose should be able to change the lives or contribute to the society, and should develop the region or people to some extent. But now the objectives of politicians are different, as we know. That is because the conscious individuals or youngsters who have a right perception about life and a right direction are not into politics. And the portrayal of politics and media is negative so far, but it needs to be positive, and it is possible. And teachers and trainers, lecturers should take the lead, because you would be shaping the future generation. And the right orientation is the need of the hour that should be done, and more educated people should be in politics. And surprisingly, if you look at the current elections, now we have seen a lot of doctors getting it, weighing for tickets, doctors with a lot of money seeking tickets, but very few of them were given. And not many teachers, not many youngsters, surprising. And then we need to orient the students and the educated people for involvement in political process and advisory roles. If you look at it, there is a small change in the advisory role. Politicians are looking for advisors. If you look at Prashant Kishore, he is able to advise a bunch of states, the chief ministers or the parties, on how to go about, how to win. He has a winning formula. So far, he is successful. And nowadays, the political parties are hiring the advisors. A couple of advisors I see are from JNU, my batchmates, and there are also some people from Hyderabad Central University, where I studied. So these people are into politics indirectly. Some of them are into public relations organizations, and some of them are into advisory roles directly. A political advisory role is what they call. And then you have seen Prashant Kishore advising YSR Congress Party, and another entity, Robin, advising the Telugu Desam Party. So all these are, of course, our generation people, but still youngsters, at least aspiring to see some kind of change in politics. So this positive orientation towards politics is required to ensure ethics in politics and media, because the economy, Indian economy is growing very fast, and it is projected that by 2050 we'll be the topmost, or one of the topmost economies, or top five economies, whatever, or top two economies in the world, and we may surpass the US. So that is the projection, and India is also politically and economically asserting itself like never before on global platforms, and there is a need for right leadership at every stage, not just at the center. Because with more development, with growth in economy, people will have more money and more availability of cash and resources, and at the same time, with such a kind of power, there will also be a chance of abuse of power, which would be very disastrous for the entire society and posterity. And we definitely need more youth in politics. So with this, I conclude my presentation. If there are any doubts or anything, any more information that you would like to know or get, you are most welcome. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
You're audible, sir.
So I'm done. If you have any questions or doubts, you are most welcome.
This is Dr. Balasubramaniam from Rajahmundry.
Yes.
You discussed almost all the things about the media and the nexus of politics and media. And what we have seen in democracy is we explain to the students as it's a fourth tested, the media, the press and the media is a fourth tested to protect the rights of the individuals in a democracy. But nowadays, the media, the press, is a self-estate of political parties. So this is negative thing is going on, and their day by day, year after year, is growing. Almost they are owning their own medias and their even social medias. They are pumping a lot of information regarding only related to their own what you call party and their party politics and all these things, and blaming the other parties basically. So this kind of things are happening, and presently also we are going for elections. The same thing is going on. So how can we, as you are a media person at the helm of affairs, it means you are heading that Hindu. So how can we see this, and how can you counter this? Of course, we know that we are all very learned trainers or teachers, and also people, but still how to see and how to contain and how to make a positive impact in the system, in the society.
Yes, yeah, very, very good question and very relevant question. See, it's as I spoke and as I mentioned, it's a continuous effort, and nothing happens overnight, and nobody is permanent and nobody is the ultimate, which we need to remember. At least, I've seen about 5 chief ministers and closely interacted with them, right from Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy. I also worked in Hyderabad. So see, what I've seen is that when people get into the position, they initially there are ideals, they want to do something for society, and eventually they become confident and overconfident, and then everything gets into them until they lose. So after losing, they'll realize, but it's very late. But as a media house, like most of the media houses are independent. Like for the Hindu, I can also give some examples. We are very independent, and we don't care about who thinks what, and nobody can threaten us. And as you know, we wrote many things against the government also, and we are also the impact also, we have also seen that impact, we have lost some hundreds of crores in terms of ad revenue. The central government was unhappy, but we didn't care because the Hindu has its own funds. They have their own family money and they don't worry about such kind of things. And they continue to write such kind of stories, though despite losing a lot of ad revenue. That's because that's the threat. If you don't please the politician, they'll cut your revenues. So NRAM once again wrote another story. They didn't care and they said that they'll stand by the truth. So this is how not just the Hindu, many organizations do it. Unfortunately, some organizations with ulterior motives have stopped doing it, and they dance to the tunes of politicians, as we know. And that's the strength of the politicians. But the freedom of expression is always there. If you have the intent, if you want to be a journalist, and if you want to do something for the society, and if you have that intent, you can do it. There's no doubt about it. I give you another example, two examples where I've suggested something for the chief ministers. When I had a one-on-one interaction with the present CM Jagan Mohan Reddy, initially when he took over, he was talking about all this Navaratnalu, and he has a very impressive idea about how to develop the state, etc., etc. And he talked about all these programs. Myself and Mr. N. Ram interacted with him during a breakfast meet. It's about an hour meet. So end of the meet, just before the end of the meet, I asked him, why these many programs too soon, too many programs too soon, and they require a lot of money. So then he said, he said that government will always have money and it can have sufficient money to spend for all these programs. But today, if you look at it, most of the programs don't have money, no allocation. Government is making adjustments. It's quite visible. So at least, media houses, not just we, and many media houses have questioned whether it is prudent to spend that much money on welfare schemes, sacrificing the other aspects, and stopping salaries or withdrawing money from pension accounts, etc., etc., compromising on development, etc. But that was government's option. They say that their conscience says that welfare is the main thing. All this Navaratnalu is the in thing, and that is sufficient, probably. And then during Naidu's time also, Chandrababu Naidu was talking about Amravati and huge capital and 3 lakh crore of investment for Amravati, and etc. I also asked him, during an interaction, I said, the state has nothing. We just got bifurcated and not much of a resource to build. We don't have money. Why do we have these big programs? And state also needs to chip in and spend some money before getting the investment. You know what he said, brother, when you don't have money, you should never say that you don't have money. You should always talk about future plan and try to get money from outside. So this questioning should be happening. Not many people question the government and leaders. So there should be more people who would understand, conscious of what's going on around, and keep questioning. Unless you question, here the problem is that people don't question, not just in AP, in India, people don't question much. It's not like this in other countries. You go to Europe and US and other countries, they question a lot. For every small thing they question, and they demand answers from the leaders. And here, even if something wrong is happening from government side, there are very less people questioning, and that's why they are targeted. So this should change, and even it will happen eventually, and nothing happens overnight. This should happen eventually, and the lecturers, the teachers, and the conscious individuals play a lead role in this, in motivating the students and motivating the society, and they themselves can take up certain things of this sort. Hope I answered your question.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm listening.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. Please tell me.
Sir, good morning. I am Dr. Ramesh Babu, Department of Political Science from NRC GDC Visakhapatnam.
Good morning.
NRC
Ramesh.
Women's College GDC Visakhapatnam, sir.
Yes, please tell me.
Sir, I submit that before independence, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar admitted that until journalism as a profession, it will have some values to give true news to the people. When it turns to as a business, it will lose the heart of the news. After independence, corporate families enter into the space of media. Nowadays, in anywhere, either national level or state level, we are unable to get true news because we are thriving under the parliamentary form of democracy. Nowadays, we are fortunate to have independent journalism, independent journalists. Through them only we are able to get some sort of true news. To my knowledge, there are two important characteristics to the journalism. One is true news. Second one is speed of the news. Is there any future for Indian media to have true news to the needy of the Indian Democrats? This is my submission, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Yes, definitely. There is a lot of hope actually. There's a lot of see. If we so far talked about the negative aspects of the new media, but look at the kind of evolution that happened in media. Look at how people are exposed nowadays. When something goes wrong somewhere, immediately people would know within seconds. The news goes across the world and everybody knows, and imagine the kind of pressure that the wrongdoer will have, which was not existing, if you look at 2 decades ago when news happened. I remember the Hindu used to have a aeroplane to distribute newspapers once upon a time. With the Hindu printed on the plane. The plane used to go take off and distribute newspapers in different states and used to come back. And then most of the places used to get news the next day evening or next day afternoon. So any news, any incident happening, would have a complete story only on the next day. And now, next minute you will have the incident and related details due to the social media, due to the new media. But again, as you said, this is unverified and there are corrupt elements crept into it. And all these things will change only when the individuals become conscious and individuals start giving importance to the channels or the entities, the media entities which are honest, which give responsible news, proper news, the real news. And it will not happen overnight. It will take time. As I said, it will take time, and the society is also responsible for that. You will have the kind of media, you will have the kind of leader that you deserve. That means you are also partly the maker of what you get. That's the point I'm trying to drive. Thank you.
Sir.
Yes.
Hello. Is there any chance to mobilize our students? Because we are lecturers,
Yes.
we are teachers. How to mobilize the students? To mobilize the students, what could be our strategy to encourage students to be to take journalism as their true profession?
Yeah, in my opinion, every person in society is a journalist. And nowadays, people have smartphones. So you have a company in your pocket. You have a media house in your pocket going around, but you're not using it. For example, you are from Visakhapatnam. There are several things happening. Several misdeeds have happened. You have Rishikonda issue. Government has its own version, and people have their own version. And you have Visakhapatnam steel plant, which is supposed to be privatized, or government is planning to privatize, and there are no captive mines given to that. And there is a theory that Visakhapatnam should be made capital. And then Bhogapuram airport is happening, to what extent it has come up, and how real estate is happening, how land encroachments are happening across Visakhapatnam. There's a lot of news, but most of it is not backed by the people, the real people. Real people are not reacting much. So you all are educated people. You can motivate your students to take up one issue and start their own YouTube channel. It's to start a YouTube channel, it takes about 15 minutes to half an hour, and nothing more than that. From very next day, you can make videos, and of course, you need to understand the nuances of it and understand the rules and regulations, do's and don'ts of it before uploading the content. And you are a journalist, and you're not just a journalist. You are a media organization. Just let me remind you, the YouTube channel owners are invited to all important forums across the world. Even no wonder, if United States also, United Nations also invites YouTubers. I believe a couple of them are also invited. So YouTube is also a media house for people who have intention to do something, intention to see some kind of change, positive change. Definitely they can do it. And people sitting either in Vizag or any nook and corner of the country can do this kind of work to change the society. Definitely the hope is hope is educated people, educated trainers and students. Very
Thank
much.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yes, sir. You are rightly said. The civil society is elusive, really, because civil society is not up to the expectations of the democratic system. That's what we have seen across the country also. Now, it's the duty of every tutor or a teacher, at the same time the educator or any other learned person, to come out of it and have to do their duty to the society. So thank you very much. And other NRCs, I request to ask the questions, if any questions are there. I request other NRCs.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, this is Jivana from NRC PVK Chipapa.
I can't hear you. Can you be a bit louder?
Sir, am I available?
Yes, better.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for your informative speech. And we are very fortunate to have a practitioner like you to deal this topic, media and politics. My point is, as Mark Wayne has said, subject to correction, if we read newspaper, we are misinformed. And if we don't read,
Your voice is breaking actually.
sir, as Mark Twain has said, if we read a newspaper, we are misinformed. And if we don't read newspaper, we are uninformed. In this context,
Yogandhar, your voice is not clear. So speak louder, or otherwise you send a message, please.
Yeah, you can also send the question or send a message.
Any analysis, please respond to ask any questions, or can we brief the session? Sir, Rajgaru, Chittur. Bhaskar Rajgaru. Sir, do you have any questions? Okay. అనంతపురం యోగేందర్ గారు ఇంకొకసారి ట్రై చేయండి, ఇంకోసారి ప్లీజ్. ఓకే. So we will go for vote of thanks. Okay?
Sir, namaste, sir.
Namaste, Chapandi.
Sir, today's topic is media and politics ethical concerns. It is actually very, very good topic, sir. But we are coming to ethical concerns. Sir. So, how much morals and ethics in media and politics nowadays, sir? Once upon a time, after independence, the media and politics were related to morals and ethics, sir. But nowadays, these morals and ethics are disappearing. Of course, not totally, if we can think in minimum level. So, especially, media is playing an important role in democracy. Without media, there is no democracy. But how much fact is there in media and politics? Already every day we are seeing and listening, seeing from electronics media, we are reading from print media and social media, YouTube, whatnot, each and everything. So totally, media is playing a very good role, no doubt, sir. But some of the medias are diverting the people in some negative thoughts. Sir, what is the solution of this question, sir?
Yeah, Dr. Ravindranath Garu. Am I right?
NRC Kadapa, sir.
NRC.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Ravindranath Garu. You're right. Actually, you have all kinds of media, and some media houses are misleading people and misleading the system. And people are also not innocent. People know what is right and what is wrong. What I mean to say is that we need to, as conscious individuals, we need to see that the right media should be encouraged and the right media should be taken as an input. And that gives rise to the spread of the right media in the society. And eventually you will see the change. And when some of the organizations, some of the media houses are misleading people, means a part of our own society is misleading the society. So that should change. And for that, it requires a lot of effort from the society itself. For example, I was speaking to a municipal commissioner about the issues in the city, in Visakhapatnam city. And he was telling that people themselves want to get into corruption. People want us to give that wrong permission. It's people who want it, not we. We always talk about rules and regulations, but people want the backdoor entry and wrong actions. So this is what, see, partly I also agree that society, some of the part of the society is also responsible for the degeneration of the system. What I mean to say is that the people who want the society to be right should guide and should encourage the right actions in society in all possible ways. Then eventually we see the best society that we desire.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's time for voting thanks. On behalf of Commissioner of Collegiate Education and the participants of TOT from across all NRCs, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Appaji Reddengaru, today's reserve person, for sparing his valuable time and sharing his invaluable inputs on the media and politics and the ethical concerns. So, sir, this lecture has definitely motivated us to inspire our students to play the role of civic journalist. I think, yeah, what you said is definitely right, sir, especially in the context of coming elections. So every citizen needs to play the role of a journalist so that we take the part in the democratic process efficiently. Thank you, sir. Thank you for valuable time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. ఏమో వచ్చింది ఏంటండి ఏమో సక్రమంగా లేవు అంతా చాలా ఇబ్బంది. డిఫాల్ట్ హెచ్ఎండి డిస్ప్లేనా ఎంత ఉందో లేదో తెలియట్లేదు.